Hello, my dear adventurers. It's wonderful to have you return to our quiet corner of the realm this evening. As the sun dips below the horizon and the first stars begin to twinkle in the twilight sky, I invite you to close your weary eyes and journey with me to the cobblestone streets of Emberwick, a village nestled between ancient hills and whispering forests. Tonight's tale is meant for rest and dreams, a gentle companion as you drift toward slumber. The day's burdens need not follow you here. Instead, imagine yourself as a traveler, your cloak still damp from a light evening mist, stepping through the archway of a village where every window glows with the promise of warmth, and every chimney sends curling ribbons of smoke into the darkening sky. In Emberwick, the coming of night is never met with darkness, for this is where our story begins, with the keeper of light himself, the Lamplighter. Thomas Amberwicker had been Emberwick's lamplighter for nearly 30 winters, though looking at his weathered face with its constellation of smile lines, one might guess him older still. Each evening, as dusk settled its gentle weight upon the village, Thomas would emerge from his modest cottage at the edge of the town square, a long brass lighting rod in one hand and a small leather pouch of special kindling in the other. His shoulders stooped slightly from years of reaching upward, and his beard, once the rich brown of freshly tilled soil, had long since faded to silver, like moonlight captured in silk threads. Despite the gentle ache in his knees that accompanied the changing seasons, Thomas moved with the unhurried grace of someone who had found contentment in ritual. "Good evening to you, Master Cooper," Thomas called softly to the barrel maker closing his shop for the day. The cooper raised a calloused hand in greeting, the last golden rays of sunlight catching the silver ring that marked him as a master of his craft. "Right on time as always, Thomas," the cooper replied with a nod. "They say in the capital they've newfangled contraptions that light themselves when darkness falls. Imagine that, putting good lamplighters out of work." Thomas chuckled, a warm sound like distant thunder without its threat. "Aye, and I imagine those contraptions don't wish the townsfolk pleasant dreams, or remind young Master Elwood to bring his mother's shawl in from the clothesline before the dew sets." This was Thomas's true gift, not merely the bringing of light, but the thread of community he wove each evening as he made his rounds. The lighting of each lamp was accompanied by a gentle word here, a reminder there, perhaps a bit of harmless gossip shared with old widow Hennet, who waited by her window each evening for his passing. The lamplighter's cottage stood apart from the others, not in distance, but in character. While most homes in Emberwick boasted flower boxes and neatly swept steps, Thomas's humble abode seemed to have grown rather than been built, like a particularly determined mushroom that had decided to arrange itself into the shape of a dwelling. Climbing roses, their blooms closed for the evening, embraced the rough stone walls, and the chimney listed slightly to the east, as if perpetually leaning to overhear an interesting conversation. Inside, his home was a testament to a life of collecting beautiful, overlooked things, shelves lined with interesting stones, a wall adorned with pressed leaves and flowers, jars of colorful sea glass, and peculiar driftwood arranged on every available surface. A small hearth glowed perpetually at the center, for Thomas could never abide returning to a cold home. Unlike the other villagers, Thomas had no apprentice. The village council had suggested it many times. Surely a man of his years could use the help, they reasoned. But Thomas would only smile and say, "The right heart hasn't come along yet." What the council didn't understand was that for Thomas, the lighting of the lamps was not merely a duty, but a communion with the village itself. Each lamp had its own temperament. The one by the bakers needed extra coaxing on humid evenings, while the tall lamp at the crossroads burned brightest when lit just as the church bell tolled. On this particular evening, as Thomas set about his rounds, he noticed young Ellie Thornbrook sitting on the low stone wall that encircled the village well, her small shoulders hunched forward, and even in the dimming light, Thomas could see the telltale redness around her eyes that spoke of recent tears. "Good evening, Miss Ellie," he said, pausing in his task. "It's growing rather late for well sitting, wouldn't you say?" Ellie looked up, quickly wiping at her cheeks with the sleeve of her woolen dress.
"Evening, Mr. Amberwicky," she mumbled, her voice small as a field mouse. Thomas leaned his lighting rod against the well and sat beside her, his knees creaking in quiet protest. "Now then," he said, not looking directly at her, but instead focusing
on the first evening star appearing above the baker's chimney. "I find that troubles shared are rather like these lamps I light. They seem less overwhelming once there's a bit of glow around them." Ellie sighed, a sound too heavy for her 10 years. "Mother says I'm to begin apprenticing with Mistress Pearl tomorrow to learn needlework and proper manners." She spat out, the last words as if they tasted of bitter medicine. "Ah," said Thomas, nodding sagely. "And you'd rather be in the stables with Father," she said immediately, "or learning from Forrest to read about tracking and which plants can heal and which are for eating, not stuck inside making tiny stitches and learning which fork to use when fancy folk visit." She kicked her feet against the stone wall, her worn boots scuffing the weathered surface. Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "A difficult position indeed. Mother says I'll never make a proper match if I can't embroider a handkerchief or pour tea without splashing," Ellie continued, warming to her sympathetic audience. "But I don't want a proper match if it means someone who only cares about embroidered handkerchiefs." A smile tugged at the corner of Thomas's mouth. "Your mother means well, I'm certain," he said gently. "Parents often do, even when their methods are questionable to those on the receiving end. She says I'm just like her sister, Aunt Lyra."
"And that I'll end up alone in a cottage in the woods talking to birds if I don't learn to be more ladylike," Ellie confided, her voice dropping to a whisper.
Thomas's eyes brightened at this. "Your Aunt Lyra, the herb woman who lives near the Silver Falls?" When Ellie nodded, he continued, "Now there's a woman who found her true calling. The salve she makes for winter coughs has saved half the village, more than once." "Do you know her?" Ellie asked, surprise momentarily displacing her misery. "Indeed I do. And I happen to know that before she was the wise woman of Silver Falls, she endured 3 miserable years as an apprentice to the royal embroiderer in the capital." Thomas winked conspiratorially. "Sometimes, Miss Ellie, we must learn things that don't suit us to discover where we truly belong." "But it's not fair," Ellie protested, though with less vigor than before. Thomas rose slowly, retrieving his lighting rod. "Few worthwhile things begin with fairness," he said, reaching with practiced precision to light the lamp that stood beside the well. The wick caught, and warm, golden light spilled over them, transforming Ellie's copper hair into a shimmering
"Hello."
"But I will tell you a secret if you promise to consider what I've said about your mother's wishes." Ellie's eyes widened with interest. "I promise." "Mistress Pearl," Thomas said, lowering his voice as if sharing a state secret, "keeps a remarkable collection of books about far-off lands in her sewing room, books that tell of women warriors and scholars and explorers. If one were to finish one stitching quickly, one might find time to peek at these books while Mistress Pearl takes her afternoon tea." A smile, small but genuine, tugged at Ellie's lips. "Really?" "Indeed. And what's more, I happen to know she was once quite the tree climber herself, before propriety demanded otherwise. You might find her a more understanding teacher than you expect." Thomas straightened his cap. Now then, off home with you before your mother adds, worrying her senseless to your list of transgressions. Ellie hopped down from the wall, her spirits visibly lifted. "Thank you, Mr. Amberwicky," she said, impulsively hugging him around the middle before dashing off toward home, her footsteps pattering against the cobblestones. Thomas watched her go, then continued his rounds, moving from lamp to lamp with unhurried purpose. The village settled around him, doors being latched, shutters drawn against the night. From the tavern came the gentle murmur of conversation and occasional laughter, while from the small temple at the village centre rose the soft harmonies of evening prayers. As he approached the northern edge of the village, Thomas noticed something unusual. A shadow moved near the last lamppost, the one that stood sentinel at the forest road. He squinted, his eyes not what they once were, and called out softly, "Who goes there on the edge of evening?" The shadow startled, then resolved itself into the figure of a young man, hardly more than a boy, dressed in travel-stained clothes that had once been fine, but now bore the marks of a long journey. He wore a scholar's satchel across his chest, and his face, when he stepped forward, held the particular blend of determination and uncertainty unique to youth standing at crossroads. "Forgive me," the young man said, his accent marking him as from the coastal provinces. "I was trying to determine if this was indeed Emberwick before disturbing anyone at this hour." "Emberwick it is," Thomas confirmed, studying the newcomer with interest. "And you've disturbed no one but the village lamplighter, which is hardly a disturbance at all. What brings you to our doorstep at dusk, young traveller?" The young man shifted his weight, one hand moving unconsciously to touch the satchel at his side.
"I've come seeking Master Thomas Amberwicker," he said, a note of hope entering his voice. "I was told in the last village that he might... That is, I have letters of introduction and you found him," Thomas said with a gentle smile.
"Though master is a grander title than I've ever claimed." He gestured with his lighting rod to the unlit lamp beside them. "Would you care to learn the first task of a lamplighter's evening, while you tell me why you've journeyed so far to find an old man who lights lamps?" Surprise flickered across the young man's face, followed quickly by eagerness. "I would be honored," he said, stepping forward. Thomas demonstrated the proper angle of the lighting rod, the way to coax a reluctant flame to life. "Gently now," he instructed. "A lamp forced to light burns poorly and briefly." The young man's hands trembled slightly, but he followed Thomas's guidance, and after a moment's hesitation, the lamp bloomed with golden light, casting long shadows behind them toward the waiting forest. "Well done," Thomas said approvingly. "Now, as we walk back to my cottage for a late supper, perhaps you might share your name and your purpose." "Nathaniel Winters," the young man said, falling into step beside him. "I'm from Tide's End on the
Western coast. I've been studying illumination at the academy there, the art of light and shadow in manuscripts and..."
He hesitated, colour rising in his cheeks. "The masters said I showed promise with ordinary inks, but when it came to working with light itself, my illuminations never quite captured the true quality of dawn or dusk or candlelight." Thomas nodded, thoughtfully. "And so you've come seeking the secret of light from a village lamplighter?" Nathaniel looked down. "It sounds foolish when you say it aloud." "Not foolish," Thomas corrected gently. "Perhaps unusual, but the truly valuable lessons often come from unexpected teachers." He paused to light another lamp, this one hanging from an ancient oak at the edge of the village green. "Tell me, Nathaniel Winters, what do you see when this lamp is lit?" The young man looked up, studying the lamp with an artist's eye. "I see warmth, security, the boundary between known and unknown made visible. A smile spread across Thomas's weathered face. "Perhaps you understand more than you realize," he said. "Come. We have much to discuss over tea, and it seems I may have found my apprentice at last." As they walked toward the Lamplighter's cottage, the village of Emberwick settled into its evening rhythm around them. Windows glowed with hearth light, and the last birdsong faded into the gentle symphony of night insects. Above, stars emerged, one by one, as if some celestial lamplighter moved across the heavens, bringing forth each point of light with the same care that Thomas showed his earthly charges. Within the heart of the village, the lamps stood like beacons, their gentle flames unwavering against the gathering darkness. And if one looked closely, very closely indeed, one might notice how the light seemed to pulse slightly like a heartbeat, as if each flame remembered the hand that had brought it to life and carried that touch within its glowing core. And as the night deepened and dreams began their gentle reign over Emberwick, the Lamplighter and his newfound apprentice sat beside a humble hearth, speaking softly of light and shadow, of duty and calling, of endings that become beginnings in the endless cycle of days. The flickering flames cast their shadows on the wall, one stooped and wise, one straight and eager, their silhouettes merging and separating in a dance as old as firelight itself. And somewhere in that dance, in the space between light and shadow, wisdom passed from one generation to the next, quiet and profound as the turning of seasons. And with that, the first story dims like a lamp being gently extinguished, leaving only the warm glow of memory as we journey onward to our next tale. As you settle deeper into your blankets and pillows, let your breathing slow to match the rhythm of the night breeze that rustles through our next story. Tonight, as starlight filters through your window, I invite you to journey with me to a forest of ancient trees where the boundary between dreams and waking grows as thin as morning mist. The hour is late, and the world has grown quiet around us. The perfect time to wander beneath the canopy of trees that have witnessed centuries pass like mere moments in their long lives. In the whispering woods, as day surrenders to twilight, the ordinary rules of the realms soften like beeswax near flame, and those with patient hearts might discover wonders that remain hidden in daylight's harsher gaze. So close your eyes, dear dreamer, and follow me down the moss-lined path where our story begins, with a forester named Rowan and the whispers she alone could hear. Rowan Oakhart moved through the whispering woods like a shadow among shadows, her steps making no more sound than falling leaves. Tall and willow slim, with hair the rich auburn of autumn oak leaves, she might have been mistaken for a forest spirit by those unaccustomed to her quiet presence. The foresters of the Whispering Woods were known throughout the Seven Kingdoms for their uncanny ability to blend with their surroundings, but even among her kin, Rowan possessed a remarkable talent for stillness. The sun hung low in the west, sending slanted beams of golden light through the ancient canopy above. Rowan paused in a small clearing, tilting her head slightly as she listened to the evening sounds of the forest, the distant call of wood thrushes, the rustling of small creatures in the underbrush, and beneath it all, a gentler sound that few could hear, the soft murmur of the trees themselves. For as long as she could remember, Rowan had been able to sense the slow, thoughtful presence of the forest's oldest inhabitants. Not in words precisely, but in impressions, feeling, that brushed against her consciousness like fingers trailing through still water. Her father had possessed the same gift, though he rarely spoke of it beyond their family circle. Some gifts, he had told her when she was small, are best kept close to the heart. From the leather pouch at her belt, Rowan retrieved a small, wooden cup carved from oak heartwood. Kneeling beside a clear stream that wound through the clearing, she filled the cup with water that sparkled like liquid crystal in the fading light. With practiced movements, she added 3 drops of amber, resin from a smaller vial. "Blessings of the dusk to you, ancient ones," she murmured, pouring the mixture onto the gnarled roots of the oldest oak in the clearing, a behemoth whose trunk would have required 6 grown men joining hands to encircle it. "May your dreams be deep and your memories longer still." It was an old ritual performed by foresters at dusk and dawn since time beyond remembering. Some of the younger rangers viewed it as mere superstition, but Rowan knew better. She felt the tree's quiet acknowledgement like a contented sigh in her mind. As she rose to continue her evening rounds, a voice called from the path behind her, still whispering to the tree's oak heart. "One might think you're going peculiar, like
Old Bramble before they retired him." Rowan didn't need to turn to recognize the speaker.
Gareth Hawthorne's voice carried the perpetual note of amusement that both irritated and, though she would never admit it aloud, occasionally charmed her. "One might think you'd have learned to move more quietly by now, Hawthorne," she replied,
Evenly, turning to face him. "I heard you coming from 50 paces.
Gareth leaned against a young birch, arms crossed over his chest. Unlike Rowan's simple earth-toned garments, his forester's tunic bore decorative stitching at the cuffs and collar, unnecessarily fancy for woodland work, in Rowan's opinion. His sandy hair was tied back in a short tail, and his green eyes crinkled at the corners as he grinned at her. "Perhaps I wanted to be heard," he suggested. "Sneaking up on you tends to end with me flat on my back, if memory serves." Rowan felt. Her lips twitched despite herself. During their apprenticeship years, Gareth had indeed made the mistake of attempting to surprise her during night training. His reward had been a swift introduction to the forest floor and a bruised dignity that took longer to heal than his backside. "Did the chief ranger send you?" she asked, returning her cup to its pouch. "I'm not due back until moonrise." Orith straightened, his expression growing more serious. "Aye, he did." A messenger arrived from Oakenhold. The seasonal council is being called early this year. Representatives from all border villages are to attend. He hesitated. "He's sending..."
"You as our voice?" Rowan stilled, surprise flickering across her normally composed features.
"Me? Surely Elder Blackthorn would be the more obvious choice. Or you, with your silver tongue." Gareth's mouth quirked upward at the reluctant compliment. The chief thinks a younger perspective might be valuable this year, what with the strange occurrences along the northern boundaries. "And though it pains me deeply to admit it," he added with dramatic flourish, "you know the deep woods better than anyone else in the ranges." Rowan frowned, absently running her fingers along the rough bark of the oak beside her. The great seasonal councils at Oakenhold were serious affairs, where the welfare of all who lived within and beside the Whispering Woods was discussed, and decisions made that would affect countless lives. Representatives from the rangers were always respected voices, but typically those chosen were elders with decades of experience. "When would I leave?" she asked finally. "First light tomorrow," Gareth replied. "I'm to accompany you to the edge of our territory, then return to take over your patrol route until you're back." He grinned again. "So don't dawdle in Oakenhold."
"Enjoying their famous honeyed mead. Some of us will be working twice as hard in your absence." Rowan rolled her eyes. "I've never dawdled a day in my life, Hawthorne." "There's always a first time," he countered cheerfully.
"I hear the minstrels in Oakenhold can make even the most dedicated ranger forget her duties for an evening." "I doubt that very much," Rowan said dryly, though in truth the thought of music did appeal to her. The Ranger's Lodge was a place of quiet camaraderie, but formal entertainment was rare. As they spoke, the forest around them had grown dimmer, the golden evening light fading to the soft blue of true dusk. Fireflies had begun to emerge, their gentle lights blinking like earthbound stars among the underbrush. "We should head back," Rowan said, adjusting her leather baldric with its sheathed hunting knife. "If I'm to leave at dawn, there are preparations to make." Gareth nodded, falling into step beside her as they took the winding path back toward the Ranger's Lodge. They walked in companionable silence for a time, the forest changing around them as day surrendered fully to night. Nocturnal creatures stirred. The soft hoot of an owl, the distant howl of a wolf pack, the rustle of bats' wings overhead. "Do you ever wonder?" Gareth said suddenly, his voice uncharacteristically thoughtful. "What the trees would say if they could truly speak to us? Not just impressions or feelings, but actual words?" Rowan glanced at him, surprised by the question. Most of their conversations consisted of good-natured bickering or discussions of ranger business. This philosophical turn was unexpected. "Sometimes," she admitted, "though I imagine much of what they might say would be rather slow and ponderous. By our standards, a tree's concerns are measured in seasons and centuries, not days and moments." "Still," Gareth persisted, "they've seen so much. Wars and peace, kingdoms rising and falling, countless generations of humans and animals passing beneath their branches. What wisdom they must hold." Rowan smiled slightly. "Careful, Hawthorne. You're beginning to sound like a tree whisperer yourself," he laughed, the sound bright in the gathering darkness. "The horror! Next, you'll catch me performing the dawn blessing ritual without being ordered to." Rowan was about to retort, when something caused her to pause, head tilted in that particular way that her fellow rangers had come to recognize as her listening pose. Gareth immediately fell silent, his hand moving to the knife at his belt. "What is it?" he whispered after a moment. Rowan frowned, concentrating. It wasn't a sound that had caught her attention, but something else, a feeling brushing against her awareness like a current of cold air on a warm day. It carried an unfamiliar note of, was it distress? Unease? "Something's wrong," she murmured, turning slowly to scan the darkened forest. "The trees are restless." Under normal circumstances, Gareth might have made a jest, but he had served alongside Rowan long enough to respect her unusual sensitivity. "Where?" he asked simply. Rowan closed her eyes briefly, focusing on the sensation. "North," she said finally, opening her eyes and pointing into the deepening gloom. "Toward the
Standing stones."
The standing stones marked the northernmost boundary of their patrol territory, a circle of ancient monoliths that predated even the oldest human settlements in the region. They were seldom visited except by rangers checking the borders and occasionally scholars from the distant universities who came to study the mysterious runic carvings that adorned them. "That's a fair distance," Gareth noted. "We won't reach it before full dark." Rowan nodded, chewing her lower lip thoughtfully. The unease she felt was distinct, but not overwhelming. Not an immediate danger then, but something worth investigating. "We should report this to the chief before I depart," she decided. "He can send a patrol to examine the area tomorrow." Gareth seemed relieved by her pragmatic response. Sensible. No point stumbling around the stone circle in the dark and breaking an ankle before your important council journey. As they resumed their walk toward the lodge, however, the sensation of disquiet lingered in Rowan's mind. The Whispering Woods had been her home and responsibility for all her 26 years, and she had learned to trust her unusual connection to its oldest inhabitants. If the ancient trees were troubled, there was cause for concern. The ranger's lodge appeared through the trees as they crested a gentle rise, a sprawling structure of timber and stone that blended harmoniously with its surroundings. Warm light spilled from its windows, and smoke rose from 3 stone chimneys, carrying the scent of the evening meal cooking within. As they approached, the main door opened, spilling more golden light onto the path. Chief Ranger Aldwin stood in the doorway, his imposing figure silhouetted against the warmth behind him. Even in his 60th year, Aldwin stood straight as a young pine, his shoulders broad, and his gaze keen beneath bushy silver brows. "Ah, there you are," he called, his deep voice carrying easily through the evening air. "I was about to send young Wren to find you. Come in, both of you. We have matters to discuss before the night grows any older." Rowan and Gareth exchanged a glance. There was something in the chief's tone, a tension not usually present, that suggested their report about the standing stones might not be the only concerning news this evening. The great hall of the Atum Ranger's Lodge was both dining room and meeting space, with a massive hearth at one end and long wooden tables where the foresters took their meals. At this hour, most had already eaten and dispersed to their evening duties or leisure, but a small group remained near the fire, their expressions serious. Rowan recognized Elder Blackthorn, the oldest active ranger and keeper of the lodge's records, Talia Reed, the ranger's master healer, and somewhat to her surprise, Martin Loamson, the village elder from nearby Briar Hollow. Martin's presence was unexpected. Village elders rarely ventured into the forest after dusk. "Come, sit, Chief." Aldwin directed them toward the remaining empty seats at the table. A serving boy quickly appeared with wooden bowls of savory stew and mugs of the ranger's traditional evening tea, a blend of forest herbs that sharpened the senses, kept fatigue at bay. "I've informed Oakhart of her assignment to the Seasonal Council," Gareth reported as they settled into their places. Aldwin nodded approvingly. "Good. In light of recent developments, her insights will be particularly valuable." He turned his keen gaze to Rowan. "I understand you may have reservations about this assignment, Oakhart, but your connection to the forest's oldest inhabitants gives you perspective that others lack." Rowan inclined her head respectfully. "I'll serve as needed, Chief Ranger. But we encountered something on our return that may be relevant, a disturbance of some kind near the standing stones." Elder Blackthorn leaned forward, his gnarled hands clasped before him on the table. "What manner of disturbance?" he asked, his voice creaking like old branches in wind. Briefly, Rowan described the sensation she had perceived. As she spoke, she noticed glances being exchanged among the others at the table, particularly between Aldwin and Martin Loamson. When she finished, the Chief Ranger sighed heavily. "It seems your gift has once again proven its worth, Oakhart. Martin brings news that may explain what you sensed." He nodded to the village elder. Martin Loamson was a solid, practical man with earth-stained hands that spoke of a lifetime working the fields that surrounded Briar Hollow. His weathered face was deeply creased with concern as he spoke. "3 nights passed," he began. "Strange lights were seen in the northern sky above the forest, like the winter aurora, some said, but in the wrong season and the wrong colors, not the usual greens and blues, but deep purples and reds that seemed to pulse like heartbeats." He paused to take a sip from his mug before continuing. "The morning after, Shepherd Collard found 3 of his sheep dead at the edge of the northern pasture, not killed by wolves or other predators, but simply dead. No wounds, no blood, just cold and stiff, with their eyes open and an expression that... He shuddered slightly. Well, Thea says they looked afraid, terrified even. And last evening, Chief Aldwin added grimly, Ranger Finch reported that the stream flowing past the standing stones has changed course. Slightly, but noticeably, as if something had shifted beneath the earth itself. A heavy silence fell over the table. In the background, the ordinary sounds of the lodge continued, dishes being cleared, quiet conversations among off-duty rangers, the crackling of the great hearth fire. But at their table, the tension was palpable. The council must be informed, Elder Blackthorn said finally. If similar disturbances are occurring elsewhere along the forest boundaries, precisely why I've chosen Oakheart as our representative, Aldwin confirmed. Her sensitivity to the forest's moods may help identify patterns that others would miss. He turned to Rowan. Your mission at Oakenhold is twofold now. Represent our interests at the Seasonal Council as planned, but also gather information about any similar occurrences in other territories. Rowan nodded, her mind already turning over the implications. The Whispering Woods stretched for hundreds of miles, bordering 7 different baronies and countless small villages. If something was affecting the ancient forest on a broader scale... What are the standing stones? Gareth asked. Should we send a patrol to investigate more thoroughly? I'll lead a group myself at first light, Aldwin decided. After escorting Oakheart to the eastern boundary, you'll join us there, Hawthorne. His expression softened slightly as he looked at Rowan. You should retire soon. The journey to Oakenhold is 3 days at a brisk pace, and you'll want your wits about you when you arrive. Taking the dismissal for what it was, Rowan rose from the table, nodding respectfully to the assembled company. As she turned to leave, Elder Blackthorn's voice stopped her. Oakheart, he said, his faded eyes intent upon her face. Before you sleep tonight, I suggest you perform the ritual of deep listening. If the ancient ones are truly disturbed, they may have more to tell you when your mind is quiet and receptive. Rowan inclined her head, recognizing both the wisdom in his words and the unusual gravity with which he delivered them. The ritual of deep listening was not commonly practiced, even among those rangers sensitive to the tree's presence. It required a level of openness that could be disorienting and left the practitioner vulnerable in ways that pragmatic foresters generally avoided. But these were unusual circumstances, and Rowan had never been one to shirk duty out of mere discomfort. In her small private chamber within the lodge, Rowan prepared for the ritual with methodical care. She changed from her ranger's garb into a simple linen shift, loosened her hair from its practical braid, and placed a single beeswax candle on the floor at the center of the room. From a carved wooden box, she took a small sachet of dried herbs, oak leaves, moss, and pine needles gathered under the full moon, and a vial of clear spring water from the heart of the forest. Kneeling before the candle, she sprinkled the herbs in a circle around it, then moistened her fingertips with the spring water and touched them to her eyelids, lips, and the center of her forehead. The water felt cool against her skin, and she imagined it clearing away the thoughts and concerns of the day, leaving her mind as transparent as the forest pools at dawn. Ancient ones, wise ones, she murmured, the traditional words flowing easily from memory. I open my heart to your whispers, my mind to your dreams, my spirit to your ancient wisdom. Speak, and I will listen. She lit the candle with a small tinderbox, then settled into a cross-legged position, hands resting palms up on her knees. Focusing on the steady flame, Rowan began to regulate her breathing. Long, slow inhalations and equally measured exhalations until the boundaries of her body seemed to soften. becoming as permeable as morning mist. The ritual of deep listening was not about hearing with the ears, but about opening oneself to impressions and sensations that ordinarily remained below the threshold of awareness. It was a communion with entities that perceived time and existence so differently from humans that translation was always imperfect at best. As her consciousness expanded outward from the confines of her small room, Rowan first became aware of the lodge itself, the solid timbers that had once been living trees, still holding echoes of their forest days. Then beyond, to the living forest that surrounded them, the complex web of life that pulsed and shifted with each passing moment. And finally, like islands of profound stillness in an ever-moving sea, she sensed the ancient ones, the eldest trees, whose roots reached deep into the earth's memory and whose highest branches touched realms of air that humans would never breathe. Disturbance, came the impression, not a word so much as a feeling of displaced harmony, like a perfect chord with one note suddenly jarring. Old balance shifting, very old. Rowan focused her attention, trying to understand more clearly. An image formed in her mind, the standing stones but somehow different, glowing faintly with lines of light that followed, the carved runes. Beneath them, through the soil and rock, similar lines of light spreading outward like the roots of an immense tree. Awakening, came another impression, tinged with something Rowan had never sensed from the ancient ones before. Uncertainty, perhaps even fear. Long sleep ending, the sealed ways opening. Questions rose in Rowan's mind. What was awakening? What were these sealed ways? But the impressions were already fading, the connection growing tenuous as her human consciousness struggled to maintain the unnatural openness the ritual required. A final image came to her, the night sky above, the standing stones with stars that seemed to pulse and shift in patterns that made her dizzy even in this visionary state. And among them, something moving, descending, its edges blurred like smoke, but its intention sharp as a blade. Coming was the last impression she received before the connection broke entirely, leaving her gasping on the floor of her chamber, the candle guttering in a sudden draught from nowhere. Rowan remained there for several long minutes, her heart pounding and her night shift damp with perspiration despite the cool evening air. The ritual had affected her more profoundly than she had anticipated, leaving her with more questions than answers and a deep sense of foreboding that settled into her bones like winter chill. Whatever was happening at the standing stones, whatever had disturbed the ancient tree's long, slow thoughts, was beyond her experience as a ranger. Yet, as she slowly rose to her feet, steadying herself against the simple wooden table, Rowan felt a strange certainty that she was somehow meant to be part of what was unfolding. She extinguished the candle with a small brass snuffer, watching the thin ribbon of smoke rise in the darkness of her chamber. Tomorrow she would begin her journey to Oakenhold, carrying news of disturbances both seen and sensed. But tonight she would seek what rest she could, knowing that the peaceful rhythms of forest life that had defined her existence were changing in ways she could not yet comprehend. Outside her window, the stars continued their eternal wheeling across the night sky, indifferent to the concerns of trees or humans. Yet even they seemed somehow watchful this night, their cold light a little sharper, a little more attentive to the ancient forest and its guardians below. And deep among the roots of the oldest trees, something stirred that had not moved in 1,000 years. something that remembered a time before humans walked beneath the forest canopy, before the standing stones were raised, before the boundaries between worlds had been sealed with blood and starlight and forgotten magic. It remembered, and it reached upward through soil and stone, drawn by the pulsing lights in the night sky, by the shifting patterns of stars, by the thinning of veils long thought impenetrable. In her narrow bed, Rowan Oakhart slept fitfully, her dreams filled with whispers she could almost understand, almost translate into human thought. Whispers of warning, of wakening, of wonders, and terrors long confined to legend now taking form once more in the world of flesh and blood and breathing trees. And as dawn approached, bringing with it the beginning of her journey, the ancient oaks continued their slow, patient communion, preparing in their way for changes that would test the bonds between forest and guardians, between past and present, between the world as it was known and the world as it might become when old magics returned to walk beneath the stars once more. The candle flame dies down to a soft ember, and with it our tale of the whispering woods fades into the quiet of the night. Rest easy, dear listener, and let the ancient trees guard your dreams until our next story begins. As you nestle deeper into your pillows, allow the tensions of the day to melt away like morning frost in gentle sunlight. Tonight, our journey takes us to a village where the scent of fresh bread mingles with something a little more magical. The hour grows late and the world outside your window has fallen into that perfect stillness that comes just before dreams take flight. So close your eyes and breathe deeply, for in the village of Millbrook, night is when the most wonderful secrets
rise just like the perfect loaf in a master baker's oven. The night was Clara Wheatley's favourite time in the bakery.
During daylight hours, the modest shop at the corner of Mill and Thimble Streets bustled with customers, farmers coming in from the surrounding fields, merchants from the market square, children sent on errands with copper coins clutched in, small fists, all drawn by the renowned quality of Wheatley's bread and pastries. But now, in the gentle hush after midnight, the bakery belonged to Clara alone. The stone ovens, built by her grandfather and tended faithfully through 3 generations, still radiated pleasant warmth from the day's baking. The worn wooden floors, swept clean at closing, creaked companionably beneath her feet as she moved about her preparations for tomorrow's goods. And most importantly, no curious eyes watched as she practiced the family's most closely guarded tradition, moonbread. Clara was 32, with flour seemingly permanently dusted across her freckled cheeks and brown hair that refused to stay, completely contained in its practical bun. Her hands, strong from years of kneading dough, moved with practiced precision as she gathered ingredients by the light of a single lantern. Unlike the bakery's daytime offerings, moonbread required special components and, more crucially, timing aligned with the phases of the moon. Tonight was particularly significant, the full moon of midsummer, when the barrier between ordinary baking and something more extraordinary grew especially thin. "Let's see," Clara murmured to herself, consulting the small, leather-bound book that had been passed down through generations of Wheatley bakers. The pages were yellowed with age, stained with buttery fingerprints from decades past, and covered in handwriting ranging from her great-grandmother's elegant script to her father's practical block letters. Each baker had added notes, refinements, and observations about the moonbread recipe. Clara's father had entrusted the book to her 5 years ago, when arthritis had finally forced him to retire from daily baking. "Remember," he told her as he pressed the worn volume into her hands, "moonbread isn't just about ingredients. It's about intention. What you feel while baking finds its way into the loaf. She smiled at the memory as she measured flour, not the ordinary wheat flour used for daily loaves, but a special blend that included barley grown in moonlight and ground during the dark of the moon. To this, she added salt harvested from tidal pools, spring water collected under the first full moon of spring, and honey from bees that frequented the night-blooming flowers in old Widow Thistledown's garden. As Clara worked, she hummed softly.
An old folk melody her grandmother had taught her, said to encourage the dough to rise properly under moonlight's influence.
The tune had no words, or none that had been passed down, but its gentle rises and falls seemed to make the very air in the bakery shimmer with contentment. Through the bakery's back window, moonlight spilled across her workspace, bathing the ingredients in silver radiance. Clara carefully positioned her mixing bowl to catch the full illumination before beginning to blend the components with her hands. Moonlight and starshine, midnight and dream, she recited quietly. Another family, tradition, rise with the hopes of those who need thee, for that was the true purpose of moonbread, not merely nourishment for the body, but for the spirit as well. When shared with others, it brought comfort to the grieving, courage to the fearful, clarity to the confused, not magical enough to attract unwanted attention from authorities suspicious of enchantment, but special enough that the Wheatley Bakery had maintained its respected place in Millbrook for generations. As Clara kneaded the dough, a longer process than with ordinary bread, the motion almost meditative, the back door of the bakery creaked softly. She didn't look up, recognizing the familiar footsteps that followed. "Right on time, as always," she said, smiling. "Hand me the moonberry essence, would you, Father?" Edmund Wheatley hung his walking stick on its accustomed hook and limped to the small cabinet where special ingredients were kept. Though no longer able to handle the physical demands of full-time baking, he never missed a moonbread night, serving as both assistant and guardian of tradition. "The village is quiet tonight," he observed, retrieving a tiny blue bottle from the cabinet. Not even old Tom making his rounds. Tom was Millbrook's elderly night watchman, whose dedication to his duties was frequently undermined by his equal dedication to the Crown and Thistle Tavern's home brew. "All the better for us," Clara replied, accepting the bottle and, carefully, adding 3 drops of the silvery liquid to her dough. The essence, distilled from rare berries that grew only in the deepest parts of the forest, gave moonbread its distinctive flavor, somewhere between honey and starlight, as her grandfather had described it. Edmund settled onto a 3-legged stool in the corner, his joints protesting audibly. At 67, his once robust frame had grown leaner, but his eyes remained bright and alert beneath bushy grey eyebrows. Any special requests for tomorrow's distribution? This too was tradition. While most of the bakery's goods were sold in the normal way of commerce, moonbread was different. Half of each batch was given away, delivered discreetly to those in the village who might benefit from its subtle properties. Clara nodded, continuing her kneading. "Widow Marsh lost her son in that accident at the mill last week, and young Ellie, Tinker, is facing her school examinations. You know how she frets herself sick over tests. Oh, and I thought perhaps for the new family that moved into the old Cooper cottage. They seem adrift somehow." Edmund nodded approvingly. "Good choices. I noticed the mother looking particularly worn when they came in for bread yesterday. 4 children under 10 years would tax anyone's reserves." As they spoke, the dough beneath Clara's hands began to take on a subtle luminescence, absorbing the moonlight that bathed it. This was the sign that it was nearly ready for shaping and baking. She formed it into a single, large, round loaf, scoring the top with the traditional pattern, a spiral surrounded by 7 small stars. "The moonlight is particularly strong tonight," Edmund observed, glancing out the window at the silver orb hanging full and bright in the cloudless sky. "Should make for a potent batch." Clara nodded, feeling the subtle vibration in the dough that indicated it was responding to the moon's influence. Carefully, she transferred the loaf to a stone baking sheet dusted with cornmeal and opened the small door of what appeared to be an ordinary brick oven built into the wall. Unlike the bakery's main ovens, however, this one had been specially constructed with a small opening in the top that allowed moonlight to enter and touch the bread as it baked. "Just in time," she murmured, sliding the loaf inside and closing the door. The baking would take precisely 1 hour. The recipe was explicit about this timing, during which the dough would transform from ordinary ingredients into something subtly extraordinary. Edmund rose from his stool with a small groan and moved to put the kettle on. Another tradition. While the moon bread baked, father and daughter would share a pot of tea and quiet conversation. "I've been meaning to ask," he said, as he measured tea leaves into the pot. "Have you given any more thought to taking on an apprentice? These old bones won't be much help to you forever, and the moonbread tradition needs more than one keeper." Clara sighed, settling onto her own stool. It was an ongoing discussion between them, one that had grown more frequent in recent years as Edmund's mobility decreased. "I've been watching for the right person," she said. "But you know how it must be, someone with both the skill for baking and the sensitivity for the other aspects." Edmund nodded, understanding her hesitation. Not every baker could feel the subtle energies involved in moonbread, and not every sensitive person had the discipline for baking's demanding schedule and physical labor. The combination was rare. "Perhaps young Lily Hargrove," he suggested. "She's shown interest in the bakery, and her grandmother was a hedge witch of some repute." Clara considered this. Lily was 15, a quiet girl who often lingered in the bakery after school, asking thoughtful questions about techniques and traditions. "Perhaps," she conceded, "I could give her some simple tasks, see how she responds." Their conversation meandered comfortably as they sipped their tea, discussions of village happenings, reminiscences of past bakings, both successful and disastrous, gentle debates about potential refinements to their recipes. The hour passed quickly, and soon the rich, distinctive aroma of moonbread began to fill the bakery. Warm honey notes intertwined with something indefinable, a scent that somehow reminded one of summer nights and gentle dreams. Clara rose, too, checked the oven, opening the small door carefully. The loaf inside had risen beautifully, its crust golden with a peculiar silvery sheen that caught the light. Using a long, wooden paddle, she slid it out onto the cooling rack, where it seemed to pulse gently with an inner light that would fade by morning, leaving only the subtle energies infused within. "Perfect," Edmund murmured appreciatively. "One."
"Of your best yet, I'd say." Clara felt a flush of pride at her father's approval. Despite 5 years as master baker, his opinion still mattered deeply to her.
"We should let it cool completely before slicing," she said, though they both knew the routine by heart. "I'll wrap half for deliveries tomorrow, and the other half goes in the special cabinet for the shop." As she spoke, a sudden noise from the Aituaya street outside caught their attention. A clatter like something being knocked over, followed by a muffled curse. Clara and Edmund exchanged concerned glances. Visitors at this hour were rare, and the moonbread was at its most vulnerable and visible just after baking, when its otherworldly glow had not yet faded. "Stay here," Edmund whispered, reaching for his walking stick. Despite his infirmity, there was a sudden alertness to his posture that reminded Clara that her gentle father had once served in the Baron's guard in his youth. Before he could reach the door, however, there came a soft knock. Not the pounding of officials or the impatient rap of trouble, but 3 hesitant taps as if the visitor was uncertain of their welcome. Clara moved swiftly to drape a cloth over the cooling moon bread, dimming its telltale glow, then nodded to her father. Edmund approached the door cautiously, leaning on his stick with one hand while the other rested near the small knife he kept.
In his belt for opening flour sacks. Who calls at the baker's door after midnight? He asked, his voice firm despite his years. One who seeks help that can't be found in daylight, came the reply, a man's voice, low and strained. Please, I
was told the Wheatleys might know a remedy. Clara and Edmund exchanged another look. This was not the first time someone had come seeking the bakery's more discreet services, though usually such requests came through more conventional channels. After a moment's hesitation, Edmund unbolted the door and opened it a few cautious inches. In the sliver of lantern light that escaped, they could see a cloaked figure, head bowed. When he looked up, Clara recognized him with a start. Oliver Blackwood, the new schoolmaster who had arrived in Millbrook just 2 months prior. Master. Blackwood was in his early 30s, a serious, scholarly man who had quickly earned the respect of both students and parents with his fair but firm approach to education. He lived alone in small quarters attached to the schoolhouse and was known to be private about his personal affairs. Seeing him at the bakery door after midnight, his normally neat appearance disheveled and his eyes shadowed with what looked like several nights' missed sleep, was startling.
Master Blackwood? Clara stepped forward, concerned. Are you unwell? Miss Wheatley, he acknowledged with a small nod, then looked to Edmund. Mr. Wheatley, I apologize for the intrusion at this unconscionable hour, but
He faltered, seemingly struggling to find appropriate words. I have a situation that requires unconventional assistance. Edmund studied him for a long moment, then opened the door wider. Come in then. Whatever your trouble is, it's best.
Not discussed on the doorstep where any passing ear might hear. Master Blackwood stepped inside, his movements stiff as if each caused him pain.
Once the door was secured behind him, he seemed to sag slightly, some rigid self-control relaxing in the warmth and privacy of the bakery. Thank you, he said simply. I wouldn't have come, but Mrs. Finchley at the boarding house suggested that your family might. He hesitated again, clearly reluctant to speak directly of matters that existed in the shadowy realm between common knowledge and openly acknowledged truth. Might have remedies not found in the apothecary's shop, Edmund supplied gently. Mrs. Finchley has been a friend to our family for many years. If she sent you, you're welcome here. He gestured to the small table where he and Clara had taken their tea. Sit, Master Blackwood, you look ready to collapse. The schoolmaster sank gratefully into the offered chair. Now that he was in better light, Clara could see that his condition was even worse than it had first appeared. His face was gaunt, with several days' growth of beard shadowing his jaw, and a fine tremor ran through his hands as he placed them on the table. When did you last eat? Clara asked practically, already moving to cut a slice of ordinary bread from yesterday's baking. She added a wedge of cheese and pushed a mug of tea toward him. I'm not certain, he admitted, accepting the food, with a grateful nod. Yesterday, perhaps? The days have begun to blur. While he ate, Clara and Edmund exchanged concerned glances. Whatever had brought the schoolmaster to their door was clearly serious. The man looked as if he was being haunted by demons. After he had consumed most of the bread and cheese and drained the mug of tea, some colour returned to Master Blackwood's face. He straightened slightly in his chair, composing himself. "I should explain why I've disturbed your night," he said, his voice steadier now. "For the past fortnight, I have been unable to sleep. Not merely restless or wakeful, but completely unable to lose consciousness." His hands tightened around the empty mug. "At first, I thought it merely the adjustment to new surroundings or perhaps some minor illness. I tried various remedies: valerian root tea, warm milk with honey, even a tincture of poppies from the apothecary." He looked up, his eyes haunted.
"Nothing helps. I lie awake all night, every night, watching the moon cross the sky. I've continued my duties at the school, but I fear I'm becoming unreliable. Yesterday, I found myself standing before my class, unable to recall what subject I was meant to be teaching."
Clara frowned, troubled by his account. Persistent sleeplessness was serious. She had heard of men driven to madness by extended wakefulness. "Have you consulted Dr. Morris?" she asked. Master Blackwood nodded. He could find no physical cause and suggested it might be a disturbance of the nerves. His recommendation was country walks and avoiding excitement. A ghost of a smile touched his lips, as if teaching 30 village children their letters and sums isn't excitement enough. Edmund stroked his beard thoughtfully. "And how did Mrs. Finchley come to suggest our bakery as a remedy for sleeplessness?" The schoolmaster's gaze dropped to the table. "I have been taking my evening meals at her boarding house. 3 nights ago she noticed my condition and offered me a slice of bread with my dinner. Bread, she said, came from your bakery's special reserve. I ate it, to be polite, though I had little appetite." He looked up again, something like wonder in his exhausted eyes. "That night, I slept. Not merely dozed, but truly slept, deeply and without dreams, for 6 blessed hours. It was the first rest I'd had in over a week." Clara and Edmund exchanged another glance, this one weighted with
understanding.
The moon bread from the previous full moon. Mrs. Finchley must have recognized the schoolmaster's desperate need and shared her own portion with him. "But the effect lasted only that one night," Master Blackwood continued. "The following evening, Mrs. Finchley had no more of the special bread to offer, and I returned to wakefulness." His voice grew softer, more hesitant. "When I asked about it, she was evasive. Said only that the Wheatleys sometimes made bread with restful properties,
and that I might inquire directly if my need was great."
He straightened his shoulders, schooling his features into the dignified expression his students would recognize. "I understand that I may be intruding upon a family secret or tradition. If you cannot help me, I will understand and trouble you no further. But I confess another week without sleep may render me unfit for my position, and teaching it is my life's calling." The earnestness in his voice touched Clara. Master Blackwood clearly wasn't merely seeking the moon bread out of curiosity or for advantage. His need was genuine and pressing. She looked to her father, the question unspoken between them. Could they trust this outsider with knowledge of their closely guarded tradition? Edmund studied the schoolmaster for a long moment, then nodded slightly to Clara. Rising from his chair, he moved to the cooling rack and carefully lifted the cloth covering the freshly baked moon bread. In the lantern light, it still retained a subtle glow, a silvery sheen across its golden crust. Master Blackwood's eyes widened at the sight, but to his credit, he made no exclamation or sudden movement. "That's unusual bread," he said carefully. "Moon bread," Edmund confirmed, his voice matter of fact. "A Wheatley family tradition for 7 generations, baked only during the full moon with special ingredients and..." He hesitated. "Intentions." "Not magic," Clara added quickly, seeing a flicker of concern cross the schoolmaster's face. "Magic Real magic was viewed with suspicion in many quarters, despite the common folk remedies and minor charms that were part of everyday village life. Simply, knowledge passed down through our family. Knowledge of how certain ingredients, prepared in certain ways, can help with various troubles. Master Blackwood looked from the bread to Clara's face, his expression thoughtful rather than fearful or judgmental. "Like herbalists who know which plants heal various ailments," he said slowly. "Only your medium is bread rather than tinctures or poultices." Clara nodded, relieved by his understanding. "Exactly so. We generally reserve moon bread for those in particular need," Edmund explained, returning to the table. "The bereaved, the troubled in spirit, those facing difficult decisions or transitions." He smiled slightly. "And occasionally those who cannot find rest when they need it most." Master Blackwood looked between them, hope kindling in his exhausted eyes. "Then you might be willing to—" "That is, I would be happy to pay whatever you ask." Edmund raised a hand, stopping him. "Moonbread is not sold, Master Blackwood. It is given where needed." His expression grew more serious. "But I must ask, this sleeplessness of yours, when precisely did it begin? Was there any event that might have triggered it?" The schoolmaster frowned, considering. "It began shortly after Midsummer Eve," he said finally. "As for an event—" He hesitated, looking suddenly uncomfortable. "There was an incident. The night before the sleeplessness began. I had gone walking by the old stone circle beyond. The North Meadow. I find the ancient monuments fascinating from a historical perspective. While there, I experienced something unusual." Clara leaned forward, intrigued despite herself. The stone circle was a local landmark, predating the
village by centuries.
Children were generally warned to avoid it after dark, not from any specific fear, but from the general country wisdom that ancient places deserved respect. "What sort of unusual experience?" she prompted when he fell silent. Master Blackwood rubbed a hand across his face, embarrassment evident in his gesture. "You'll think me fanciful, or perhaps affected by fatigue, but I heard music. Not from the village, but seemingly from the stones themselves. A melody unlike any I've encountered before, haunting, almost hypnotic." He shook his head. "I found myself walking into the center of the circle without any conscious intention to do so, and there in the moonlight I saw something." His voice had dropped to little more than a whisper. "A figure dancing between the stones. Too graceful to be human, too substantial to be mere moonlight and shadow. I watched, unable to move, until the figure noticed me." His hands trembled slightly as he continued.
She looked directly at me, and in that moment I felt as if something reached into my mind and touched something it shouldn't have." Edmund and Clara exchanged concerned glances. The schoolmaster's experience went beyond the usual.
Troubles that brought people seeking moonbread. This had elements that hinted at the old stories, the ones that weren't shared outside certain circles. "Since that night," Master Blackwood continued, "I cannot sleep. When I close my eyes, I hear fragments of that music. Sometimes I think I see movement at the corners of my vision, a dancer, always just out of sight." He looked up, his scholarly composure cracking to reveal genuine fear beneath. "Am I losing my mind?"
"No," Edmund said firmly. "You're not mad, Master Blackwood, but you may have encountered something uncommon." Clara rose and moved to the cooling rack. With practiced hands, she cut a generous slice from the still warm moonbread. The interior
was dense but soft, with a pearlescent quality to the crumb that caught the lantern light. She placed it on a small plate and returned to the table. "Eat this," she instructed, setting it before the schoolmaster. "All of it before you leave the bakery." Master Blackwood looked at the bread with equal parts hope and hesitation. "What will it do?" "It will help you sleep," Clara assured him. "But more importantly, it will clarify things. The moon bread baked at midsummer has particular properties for those who've experienced encounters with the unusual." Edmund nodded agreement. "It won't erase what happened, but it may shield your mind from further intrusion. The music you hear may fade, and your natural sleep should return." The schoolmaster took a deep breath and reached for the bread. "Thank you," he said simply, then took his first bite. The effect was subtle but immediate. Some of the tension visibly drained from his shoulders, and the haunted look in his eyes diminished slightly. As he continued eating, color returned to his face, and by the time he finished the slice, he looked more present and coherent than when he had arrived. "I feel clearer somehow," he murmured, surprise evident in his voice. "The melody that's been constantly in the back of my mind, it's quieter now, less insistent." Edmund nodded, satisfied. "Good. Now before you leave, there are some things you should know." His tone was gentle but firm. "The stone circle is best avoided, especially during the full moon and on the old festival days. What you encountered there are old names for such beings, but it's safest not to speak them aloud," Clara added. "We'll send a small loaf of the moon bread home with you. Take a slice each night before bed for the next week. By then its influence should have established enough protection that the effects of your encounter will fade completely." Master Blackwood nodded, his scholarly nature reasserting itself now that some of his distress had eased. "I've read accounts of similar experiences in old folklore collections, but I never imagined." He shook his head. "One doesn't expect to encounter such things in modern times." "The old ways and beings haven't disappeared," Edmund said quietly. "They've simply grown more discreet as the world has changed around them. Most people pass their entire lives without such encounters, but occasionally," he shrugged, "occasionally paths cross, especially in places like Millbrook, where the old and new exist side by side." Clara wrapped half a loaf of the moon bread in a clean cloth and presented it to the schoolmaster. "Keep this in a wooden box if you have one, away from iron and direct sunlight. And perhaps—" She hesitated, then continued. "Perhaps you might stop by the bakery from time to time. If you're interested in local traditions and folklore, my father has a wealth of knowledge he doesn't often get to share." The invitation surprised Edmund, but after a moment's consideration, he nodded agreement. It would be a pleasant change to discuss such matters with someone of scholarly inclination. Most villagers prefer not to dwell too deeply on the old stories. Master Blackwood accepted the wrapped bread carefully, something like wonder returning to his face. "I would be honored," he said, and Clara could see that he meant it sincerely. "You've shown me great kindness tonight and shared knowledge clearly precious to your family. I won't forget it." As they walked him to the door, Clara noticed that his steps were steadier, his movements more coordinated. The moon bread was already working its subtle influence, clearing whatever lingering enchantment had affected him since his encounter at the stone circle. "Sleep well, Master Blackwood," she said, as he stepped out into the night, which had grown appreciably softer as dawn approached. "Oliver, please," he replied with the first genuine smile they had seen from him. After sharing such an experience, I think we might dispense with formalities, at least in private. Oliver then Clara acknowledged with a small nod. Rest well, and remember, a slice each night, and no more visits to the stone circle. He nodded solemnly. You have my word. With a final grateful glance between them, he turned and made his way down the quiet street, his posture already straighter, his gait more purposeful than when he had arrived. Clara and Edmund watched until he turned the corner, then secured the bakery door once more. Well, Edmund said thoughtfully as they began cleaning up the night's work, it seems we may have found more than a customer tonight. Clara raised an eyebrow questioningly as she covered the remaining moon bread. A keeper of knowledge needs someone to pass that knowledge to, her father elaborated. Someone with both the sensitivity to understand and the discipline to respect the traditions. He smiled slightly. Our scholarly schoolmaster might have stumbled into more than he realized when he came seeking relief from sleeplessness. Clara considered this as she wiped down the work table. Oliver Blackwood had responded to the moonbread and their explanations with curiosity and respect rather than fear or dismissal. And he had directly experienced one of the phenomena that the Wheatley tradition sometimes addressed, the intrusions of the fair folk, as her grandmother had called them, into ordinaries'
lives.
Perhaps, she conceded, finding herself not entirely opposed to the idea. Though it's a bit soon to be thinking of sharing all our family secrets, don't you think? Edmund chuckled. Of course, but good apprentices don't appear every day, my dear. Sometimes they arrive at midnight seeking bread to help them sleep. As they finished their tasks and prepared for a few hours' rest before the regular baking day began, Clara found her thoughts returning to the schoolmaster and his encounter at the stone circle. Such incidents were rare but not unheard of in the stories passed down through generations of Wheatleys. The moonbread would protect him from further influence, but the experience itself might have changed him in ways he had yet to discover. Through the bakery window, the full moon was setting, its silver light fading as dawn approached. Another successful baking of moonbread completed, another troubled soul assisted, and perhaps, though Clara wasn't ready to admit it aloud, the beginning of a new chapter in the long tradition of Wheatley bakers and their quiet service to the community of Millbrook. As she finally sought her own bed in the small apartment above the bakery, Clara found herself wondering what dreams might come to Oliver Blackwood tonight. Protected by moonbread and newly aware of the hidden currents that flowed beneath the surface of ordinary village life. Some questions, she knew, would have to wait for another day, or perhaps another moonlit night in the bakery, with the scent of magical bread rising and wisdom being passed from one generation to the next. In the gentle darkness of her room, Clara smiled at the thought and closed her eyes, allowing sleep to claim her as the first birds began their dawn chorus in the apple tree outside her window. The lantern flickers low, casting gentle shadows across the bakery walls, and our tale of moonlight and mystery comes to its close. May Teats, your dreams be sweet and undisturbed, guided perhaps by a hint of that special bread's influence as you drift deeper into slumber. Pull your blankets closer as we journey deeper into the night together. The hour grows late, and the perfect stillness of deep evening embraces us. That magical time when the waking world recedes and dreams stand ready to carry you gently away. Now let us travel to a place where journeys pause and stories gather like leaves in autumn, a place of hearth fires and quiet conversations, of travelers' tales and secrets whispered over steaming mugs. For in every kingdom there are special havens where roads converge and weary feet find rest, and none is quite so special as the one we visit tonight. The Wayfarer's Inn stood at the crossing of the North Road and the Old Forest Path, a 3-story, structure of weathered stone and ancient timber that had welcomed travelers for more generations than anyone could rightly recall. Some said the inn had been built around a still older watchtower from days when the kingdom's borders were less settled and more perilous. Others insisted it had once been a temple to forgotten gods of crossroads and journeys. Whatever its origins, the Wayfarers had endured while empires rose and fell around it, offering the same simple comforts to all who passed through its doors: warm food, clean beds, and safe shelter from the world's wildness. On this particular autumn evening, a steady rain fell from leaden skies, turning the courtyard to mud and the roads to ribbons of slick clay. Inside, however, the great common room of the Wayfarers glowed with golden warmth. A massive hearth dominated the far wall, large enough that a man could stand upright within it, its dancing flames casting light and shadow across the rooms. Worn floorboards and smoke-darkened beams. Marta Willowbank moved among the tables with practiced ease, balancing a tray of earthenware mugs filled with steaming cider. At 47, she had spent most of her life within these walls, first as a kitchen girl, then barmaid, and for the past 15 years as innkeeper. Her dark hair, now threaded with silver at the temples, was pulled back in a practical braid, and her face, while marked by years of early mornings and late nights, still carried the warmth and curiosity that had made her a natural successor to old innkeeper Thorne.
"Another round for you, gentlemen," she said, setting mugs before a group of merchants sheltering from the storm. "The rain's not letting up, I'm afraid. You may be our guests through the night at this rate. Worse fates than being stranded and a..."
"The Wayfarers," replied the eldest merchant, a spice trader from the southern provinces whose caravan stopped at the inn twice yearly. "Though we'll need rooms if that's the case," Marta nodded. "Cook's preparing extra for supper, and we've beds enough. Not our finest chambers, mind. The river suite is already taken by that scholar from the Royal Academy, and the huntsman's room by the Baron's messenger." She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "But I can offer you the traveller's wing, with fresh linens and a good breakfast come morning." As arrangements were made and coins exchanged, the inn's heavy oak door swung open, admitting a gust of rain-chilled air and two more bedraggled travellers. The first was tall and lean, wrapped in a sodden grey cloak, his face shadowed by a wide-brimmed hat, streaming with rainwater. Behind him came a much smaller figure, barely visible beneath layers of dripping wool. Marta handed her empty tray to young Lily, one of the serving girls, and moved to greet the newcomers. "Welcome to the Wayfarers," she said, her practiced eye already assessing what sort of guests these might be. "A foul night to be on the road." The taller traveller pushed back his hat, revealing a man of perhaps 35, with sharp features softened somewhat by a neatly trimmed beard. His eyes, a striking pale green, carried the particular weariness of one who has travelled much farther than mere physical distance would account for. "Indeed it is," he agreed, his accent marking him as from the Eastern Highlands. "We seek shelter for the night, good innkeeper, and perhaps a hot meal if your kitchen is still serving." "Always serving at the Wayfarers," Marta assured him, "especially on such nights. Will you require one room or two?" The man glanced at his smaller companion, who had pushed back the hood of a cloak to reveal a girl of about 12, with a tangle of dark curls and eyes that seemed far older than her years. "Two, I think," he said. "Adjoining, if possible." "Of course." Marta gestured to Tam, the stable boy who doubled as porter on busy evenings. "Take their bags up to the oak and rowan rooms," she instructed, naming two of the smaller but more comfortable chambers on the inn's second floor. To the travellers she added, "You'll want to dry yourselves by the fire while supper is prepared. There's mulled cider to warm you, or something stronger if you prefer." "Cider would be most welcome," the man said, then added more softly, "for us both." Marta nodded, noting the protective way he placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. Father and daughter, perhaps, though there was little physical resemblance between them, or guardian and ward. The Wayfarers saw all manner of travellers and all manner of relationships, and Marta had long ago learned that assumptions often led to embarrassment. "This way, then," she said, leading them toward the hearth, where several chairs remained unoccupied. "Lily will bring your cider directly, and I'll have cook prepare 2 bowls of tonight's stew. Hearty fare for a cold evening." The man inclined his head in thanks. "You are most kind. I am Alaric Ravenswood, and this is my apprentice, Bryn." The girl looked up at the introduction, offering a small, solemn nod that seemed incongruous with her youth. There was something in her steady gaze that gave Marta pause, not threatening, but unsettling, like looking into deep water and sensing movement far below the surface. "Well met, Master Ravenswood, Apprentice Bryn," Marta replied with the formal greeting traditionally offered to travellers. "I am Marta Willowbank, keeper of the Wayfarers Inn. May you find peace beneath our roof and rest before your journeys. Continuation." The ritual words, passed down through generations of innkeepers, settled comfortably in the space between them. Alaric's shoulders relaxed slightly, and even the solemn child seemed to soften at the ancient welcome. "Our thanks, Keeper Willowbank," Alaric responded with the customary reply. "May your hearth remain warm and your foundations strong." Satisfied that the proper courtesies had been observed, Marta left them to settle by the fire while she returned to her other duties. The common room was unusually full this evening, between the local farmers who had stopped in hoping the rain would pass, the stranded merchant caravan, a trio of off-duty soldiers from the nearby garrison, and the assorted other travellers caught by the storm. Such nights were Marta's secret favourites, though she would never admit it to her weary staff. There was something magical about a full common room on a rainy evening. The mingling of voices and accents, the sharing of news and stories, the sense of the wider world temporarily contained within the Wayfarers' walls. On nights like these, Marta felt the inn fulfilling its deepest purpose, not merely as shelter from the elements, but as a place where journeys intersected and lives touched briefly before continuing on their separate paths. Near the hearth, Alaric had removed his damp cloak and hung it on one of the pegs provided for that purpose. Beneath it, he wore the practical garments of a man accustomed to travel: sturdy leather boots, woolen trousers, and a tunic of good quality but minimal ornamentation. The only unusual element of his attire was a leather cord around his neck, from which hung a small object that caught the firelight with an unusual gleam, not quite metal, not quite stone. Bryn had likewise shed her outer layer and now sat cross-legged on the hearthstones themselves, closer to the fire than most would find comfortable, her small hands extended toward the flames as if gathering their warmth into herself. Her clothing was similar to Alaric's in its practicality, though sized for her smaller frame. Around her wrist was a bracelet of braided leather from which hung tiny objects that might have been charms or tokens. Lily arrived with their cider, setting the steaming mugs on a small table within reach. "Cook says the stew will be ready shortly," she informed them. "Would you like bread while you wait? Fresh baked this morning it was." "Yes, please," Alaric replied with a tired smile. "And our thanks to both you and cook." As Lily departed, Alaric settled deeper into his chair with a sigh that spoke of many miles travelled. "Drink your cider, little raven," he said to Bryn. "It will help warm you from within." The girl reached for her mug without rising from her place by the hearthstones. "I'm not cold," she said, her voice surprisingly low and clear for one so young. "The fire speaks to me." Alaric's expression flickered, concern perhaps, or caution, but he merely nodded. "Nevertheless," he said mildly, "the cider will do you good after our day's journey?" Bryn sipped obediently, though her gaze remained fixed on the dancing flames. In the firelight, her eyes reflected amber and gold, giving her an almost feline appearance. Across the common room, Marta observed the pair with interest, even as she tallied the day's accounts in the large ledger kept behind the serving counter. There was something unusual about them, not necessarily troubling, but noteworthy. In her years as innkeeper, she had developed an intuition about guests, a sense for those who carried more with them than was visible in their travel packs. These, too, carried something indeed, something that seemed to shimmer in the air around them like heat, rising from summer stones. Marta made a mental note to place them in the oak and rowan rooms, not merely because they were adjoining as requested, but because those particular chambers had certain protections worked into their very walls by innkeeper Thorne's grandmother, a woman rumoured to have had unusual gifts. The evening progressed in the comfortable rhythm of the inn. Cook sent out bowls of rich venison stew, thick with root vegetables and wild mushrooms, accompanied by slabs of dark bread, still soft enough to soak up the flavourful broth. The local farmers departed as the rain eased slightly, while the merchants settled in for a night of cards and conversation. The soldiers, having exhausted their supply of garrison gossip, began sharing increasingly embellished tales of encounters with bandits and wild beasts. Through it all, Marta moved with the practiced efficiency of one who had spent a lifetime in service, refilling mugs, settling minor disputes, arranging accommodations, and generally ensuring that the complex mechanism of the inn continued to function smoothly. But her attention returned again and again to the odd pair by the hearth. They ate their meal in near silence, the man occasionally murmuring something too low for others to hear, the girl responding with nods or brief words. They seemed to exist in their own small sphere of privacy, despite the bustling room around them. And strangest of all, though Marta would later question whether she had imagined it, the flames in the hearth seemed to lean toward the child, as if drawn to her presence or responding to some unspoken command. As the evening wore on and guests began to retire to their rooms, Alaric finally rose from his chair. "Time for rest, Bryn," he said, his tone gentle but firm. "We have a long road ahead tomorrow, weather permitting." The girl looked up from the fire which had burned down to glowing coals. For a moment, something like reluctance crossed her features, quickly replaced by resignation. "Yes, Master Alaric," she said, unfolding herself from the hearthstones with fluid grace. As they prepared to leave the common room, Alaric approached the serving counter where Marta was completing her evening tasks. "Innkeeper Willowbank," he said quietly, "might I request a private word before we retire?" Marta nodded, closing her ledger. "Of course. Would you prefer my private office, or—" "Here is fine," he replied, glancing to ensure Bryn was out of earshot, occupied with gathering their cloaks from the pegs. "I merely wish to explain certain things and perhaps request your discretion." Marta inclined her head, waiting. The Wayfarers had a long tradition of respecting guests' privacy, and part of an innkeeper's duty was knowing when to listen and when to conveniently forget what had been heard. "The child," Alaric began, his voice barely above a whisper, "is not dangerous, but she is unusual. She has gifts that are still developing, still somewhat unpredictable. If you should notice anything strange during our stay, unusual dreams among your other guests, objects moving without being touched, peculiar behavior from the fire. I would be grateful if you would inform me immediately rather than causing
alarm among your other patrons. Marta's eyebrows rose slightly, but she maintained her professional composure. I see, she said carefully. And these gifts, they are being properly guided? The child is not at risk? Something like appreciation
flickered in Alaric's pale eyes. Your concern does you credit, innkeeper. Yes, Bryn is under proper guidance. I am a scholar of the Sixth Circle, specializing in unusual talents such as hers. She has been my apprentice for nearly a year now, since her abilities manifested too strongly for her village to manage. The Sixth Circle was not a name commonly heard in rural inns, but Marta was better educated than many of her station. She knew of the ancient order that studied the more esoteric arts and sciences, operating with the crown's reluctant blessing, but generally keeping to themselves. I understand, she said with a small nod. The Wayfarers has sheltered all manner of travellers through the centuries, Master Ravenswood. Your apprentice's gifts, whatever they may be, will not disturb the peace of this house. She hesitated, then added, the oak and rowan rooms where you've been placed are particularly suitable for guests with unusual needs. The walls are thicker there, and certain precautions were built into their construction long ago. Surprise and something like relief crossed Alaric's features. You are remarkably well informed for an innkeeper in a remote crossing, he observed. Marta allowed herself a small smile. The Wayfarers is not an ordinary inn, Master Ravenswood. Those who keep it have always had certain responsibilities beyond the mere provision of food and shelter. She straightened the already neat stack of accounts beside her ledger. Now, if there's nothing else you require this evening, Tam will show you to your rooms. The washing facilities are at the end of the corridor, with fresh towels and soap provided. Alaric studied her for a moment, longer, then bowed slightly. My thanks, Innkeeper Willowbank, for everything. As the unusual guests departed upstairs, guided by the yawning but dutiful Tam, Marta completed her evening routines with practiced efficiency. The fire was banked to last through the night, providing warmth without risk. The remaining candles were extinguished, save those needed for safety. The doors were checked and barred, the windows secured against both weather and potential intruders. Only when these tasks were complete did Marta allow herself to enter her small private office behind the kitchen. Unlike the public spaces of the inn, with their deliberate emphasis on rustic comfort, this room reflected more of the innkeeper's true nature. Bookshelves lined one wall, filled with volumes ranging from practical texts on brewing and baking to more esoteric works on history, astronomy, and natural philosophy. A polished desk held neat stacks of correspondence and records, while a comfortable chair beside a small hearth offered respite at the end of long days. From a locked drawer in her desk, Marta withdrew a leather-bound journal, one of many similar, volumes that recorded not the mundane business of the inn, but its other, less visible purpose. Dipping a pen in ink, she made a careful entry. 15th of harvest moon. Rain from midday through evening. Among tonight's guests, Alaric Ravenswood, scholar of the Sixth Circle, travelling with apprentice called Bryn, female child of approximately 12 years. Child displays fire affinity, possibly untrained or partially controlled, placed in oak and rowan chambers with verbal acknowledgement of precautions. No incidents thus far. Will observe further if weather delays their departure. Setting the pen aside, Marta considered what she had written. The Wayfarer's Inn had stood at this crossroads for centuries, not merely because it offered physical shelter, but because it served as a different kind of crossroads, one where the ordinary world occasionally intersected with something less easily defined. Part of the innkeeper's hereditary duty was to monitor these intersections, recording patterns and anomalies for those who might need such information in the future. The child with fire in her eyes was definitely an anomaly, though not the strangest Marta had encountered in her years of keeping the inn. The scholar's presence was reassuring. The Sixth Circle was known for its responsibility in such matters, unlike some of the less reputable orders that occasionally meddled in powers beyond their understanding. With a small sigh, Marta closed the journal and returned it to its drawer. Tomorrow would likely bring more challenges, especially if the rain continued and tempers grew short among the stranded travelers. For now, she would seek her own rest, while the inn slumbered around her, its ancient walls standing guard, as they had for generations of wayfarers, ordinary and extraordinary alike. In her small chamber above the kitchen, where the chimney's warmth kept the room cozy, even on the coldest nights, Marta prepared for bed with the efficiency of long habit. As she braided her hair for sleeping, her thoughts returned to the solemn child by the hearth. There had been something in those amber eyes, not malice or mischief, but a profound otherworldliness that reminded Marta of tales her grandmother had told, stories of children born with one foot in this world and one in another. Such children, the old stories said, carried both great gifts and great burdens. They needed careful guidance, lest their unusual abilities overwhelm them or draw unwelcome attention from forces better left undisturbed. The scholar seemed competent enough, but the tension in his manner suggested the child's training might not be proceeding as smoothly as he would wish. "Not your concern, Marta," she murmured to herself as she extinguished her bedside candle. "Your duty is to the inn and its guests, not to meddle in the affairs of scholars and their apprentices." Yet, as she settled beneath her quilt, listening to the rain pattering against the roof tiles, Marta couldn't quite dismiss the feeling that the arrival of this particular pair on this particular stormy night was somehow significant. A feeling that grew stronger as sleep claimed her, and her dreams filled with dancing flames and a child's laughter echoing through ancient stone corridors. The night deepened around the Wayfarer's Inn, wrapping it in darkness, relieved only by the occasional flash of distant lightning. Within its walls, travelers slept in various attitudes of repose, merchants snoring in shared rooms, the Baron's messenger sprawled across his fine bed, soldiers dozing in the efficient manner of those accustomed to snatching rest when available. In the oak room, Alaric Ravenswood sat at a small desk near the window, a single candle illuminating the journal in which he wrote with swift, elegant script. Occasionally he paused, listening to the sounds from the adjoining rowan room, where his young apprentice presumably slept. His expression in these moments was complex, concern mingled with a weariness that seemed bone deep, the look of one carrying a responsibility too heavy to share, but too important to set down. And in the rowan room itself, young Bryn lay awake, her eyes reflecting the moonlight that had emerged as the storm clouds temporarily parted. She did not toss or turn as a restless child might, but lay perfectly still, her gaze fixed on the ceiling beams above. If one looked closely, though none were present to do so, one might have noticed the strange dance of shadows across those beams, forming patterns too precise to be the random play of moonlight and cloud shadow, patterns that resembled just slightly the ancient symbols carved into the foundation stones of the Wayfarer's Inn in days long past, when the boundaries between worlds were better understood and more carefully tended. Outside, the rain resumed, its steady rhythm washing the muddy courtyard and drumming against the slate roof. The night hours passed in that peculiar mixture of timelessness and inevitability that belongs to travelers' rest stops, places where journeys pause but never truly end, where stories intersect but remain ultimately separate, each following its own path. Once morning comes and roads diverge once more, and through it all, the ancient inn stood as it had for centuries, sheltering within its walls the sleeping forms of ordinary travelers and the occasional extraordinary guest, bearing silent witness to the countless human dramas that had unfolded beneath its roof and would continue to do so long after its current keeper had joined her predecessors in memory. In the deepest part of night, when even the heartiest revelers had sought their beds, and the fire in the great hearth had diminished to glowing embers, a strange stillness fell over the Wayfarer's inn. Not the ordinary quiet of a sleeping building, but something more profound, as if the very stones were holding their breath, waiting. In the Rowan room, Bryn sat up suddenly, her eyes now glowing with an inner light that matched the dying fire below. Her small hands gripped the woolen blanket, knuckles white with tension. From her parted lips came not words, but a soft, continuous exhalation, like wind through distant trees. In the adjoining oak room, Alaric woke from his shallow sleep with a soldier's instinct, instantly alert. He listened for a moment, then rose, and moved swiftly to the connecting door, opening it without a sound. What he saw made him freeze on the threshold, one hand half raised as if to ward off a blow. Bryn sat motionless in the center of her bed, but around her the air seemed to shimmer and distort like heat rising from summer stones. The moonlight streaming through her window had taken on a reddish tinge, casting bloody shadows across the room's simple furnishings. And most alarming of all, small objects, a hairbrush, a water cup, the child's own boots, had risen from their places and now orbited slowly around the bed in a perfect circle. "Bryn," Alaric said softly, his voice calm despite the tension evident in his posture. "Bryn, come back now. Follow my voice back to the present moment." The girl gave no sign of having heard him. The objects continued their uncanny orbit, and the shimmering in the air intensified, creating a haze through which her small form seemed to waver like a reflection in disturbed water. Alaric took a cautious step into the room, then another, his movements deliberate and slow. "Remember your training, little raven," he continued in the same steady tone. "Find the center within yourself. Anchor there and let the visions pass through you, not consume you." Something in his words, or perhaps merely his presence, seemed to reach her. The orbiting objects slowed in their circuit, and the reddish tinge to the moonlight began to fade. Bryn's rigid posture softened slightly, her white-knuckled grip on the blanket easing. "That's right," Alaric encouraged, now standing beside the bed. "Find your way back, this place, this moment. Your body, your breath." Carefully, he reached out and placed his hand on the crown of her head, a gentle, grounding touch. "I am here with you. You are not alone in this." Bryn drew a shuddering breath, and the floating objects dropped suddenly to the floor with various soft thuds and clatters. The strange shimmer in the air dissipated like mist under morning sun. Her eyes, when she finally looked up at him, had returned to their normal dark brown, though wide with lingering fear. "I saw it again," she whispered, her voice small and frightened in a way it never was during daylight hours. The tower of flame. The darkness spreading beneath it. The faces in the smoke, screaming. Alaric's expression remained carefully neutral, but something flickered in his pale eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or concern. "The same vision as before?" he asked quietly, sitting beside her on the bed. She nodded, pressing her small body against his side as if seeking protection from the images still vivid in her mind. But clearer this time. I could see a city burning, people running, and something at the center of the fire, something that was not burning but feeding. Her voice broke on the last word, and she buried her face against Alaric's arm. He wrapped a protective arm around her thin shoulders, his other hand stroking her tangled hair with gentle, soothing motions. "It was only a vision, little raven. A possibility, not a certainty. Remember what we've discussed about the nature
Of foresight. Pathways, not promises, she recited, the words muffled against his sleeve. The future branches like a river delta. What I see is only one possible course." "Exactly so," he confirmed. "And knowledge of that possible path gives us the power to divert the river's flow, does it not?" Bryn nodded again, her breathing slower now, more controlled.
The terror that had gripped her was receding, replaced by the hard-won composure that made her seem far older than her years. "That's why we're going to the Citadel," she said, not a question, but a statement. "To warn the Council about what I've seen." "Yes," Alaric agreed, though something in his tone suggested the matter might be more complicated than her simple summary implied. "But for now you need rest. Real rest, not the half-sleep of visions." From his pocket, he withdrew a small vial of amber liquid. "2 drops under your tongue, remember? It will help quiet your mind without blocking your gifts entirely." The child wrinkled her nose but obediently tilted her head back and opened her mouth, allowing him to administer the medicine. Whatever it contained seemed to work quickly. Within moments, her eyelids were drooping, and the last of the tension drained from her small frame. Alaric helped her lie down again, tucking the blankets around her with the careful attention of one who has performed this task many times before. "Sleep now," he murmured. "I'll remain close by." "Promise?" she whispered, already half claimed by the medicine's effects. "I promise, little raven, nothing will harm you while I stand watch." He remained seated on the edge of her bed until her breathing deepened into true sleep, the peaceful rest of childhood temporarily reclaiming her from the burdens of her unusual gifts. Only then did he rise, moving quietly, to gather the scattered objects and return them to their proper places. As he bent to retrieve the fallen hairbrush, a soft knock at the outer door made him straighten, instantly alert. Few innocent reasons existed for someone to seek them out at this hour. One hand moved to the knife sheathed at his belt as he crossed to the door and opened it a cautious few inches. Marta Willowbank stood in the corridor, a shawl wrapped around her nightdress and a single candle in her hand. Her expression was calm but serious. "Forgive the intrusion, Master Ravenswood," she said quietly. "But I thought you should know. Every fire in the inn went out simultaneously a few minutes ago. Every fire except the one in the great hearth, which blazed up so suddenly that it nearly caught the mantle alight." Her steady gaze met his. "I suspected it might be connected to your apprentice." Alaric sighed, his shoulders sagging slightly. "You suspected correctly, innkeeper. Bryn experienced an episode. It's under control now, but I apologize for any disturbance." Marta studied him for a moment, then nodded. "The fires have been relit. No harm done. But perhaps you might tell me more about these episodes and what triggers them." If you and your apprentice are to remain our guests, I would be better prepared to assist if necessary." There was steel beneath her polite words. Not a request, so much as a requirement. Alaric recognized the tone of someone accustomed to authority within their domain and wise enough to know when information was being withheld.